Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. I apologize for the ridiculous delay on the start. I don't know what happened. Just, it was talking about last night. It was 10 o'clock, and then what felt like 5 minutes later, it was 2 a.m. And I don't know what happened. And so waking up just was not happening today. Anyway, let's see. Today, what are we doing? I think primarily focusing on animation data in Godot. And depending on how motivated I am, it may just be a long day of that. So, first things first. Come on, background music. That's too much for right now. No. Come on. How about this one? Dead Island. Maybe that one will be slightly less intense for start of stream. Come on, man. Come on. Anywho. That is not less intense. Holy cow. No. What is... Why am I just getting all of the... Something chill, please. Are you chill? Awesome. Maybe chill. It's a little more chill, but only slightly. I promise, there's tons of chill songs in there, just playlist is deciding we are having an intense start today. So, yesterday we had the Genshin 6.0 live stream, and I have some mixed feelings. Very mixed feelings. Oh, hold on. There we go. So first off, Nodcry is coming. Very cool. New characters are coming with new mechanics. Very cool. Max level increase to 100. Sounds cool. However, in order to break through to level 95, you need to get a new item. This item can only be acquired by getting a character through the gacha, a 5-star specifically, through the gacha, after you already have Constellation 6. So, you have already acquired 7 copies of the character, and you need another one. That currency you get, or that item you get, can be used to bring anyone to 95. But, the point is, you need a character with 7 copies of them before you can start getting this currency. That's nutty to me. And now, after you get them to 95, in order to go to 100, you need 2 more. So, this is like just an extra boost to whales in this game, which I think is... Genshin already has a problem with the massive power disparity between whales and free-to-play, which, don't get me wrong, there should be a gap. Like, that is the model for this game. There should absolutely be a gap. This seems excessive to me. Not the least of which is transformative reactions are based largely on character levels. So a lot of weaker characters can still be used based on driving transformative reactions. Well, now people who have either spent lots and lots and lots of money or have gotten strategically unlucky for years and years of playing the game will now be able to power up those characters more that are behind for transformative reaction team specifically. Oh yeah, live stream code. Yeah, I think this is a big misstep. And what's extra annoying about it is 4-star, at least as far as I could tell in the live stream, 4-star characters use the same material. So if you want to have a level 100 4-star character, you need to use essentially a pull of a 5-star character, 3 pulls of a 5-star character, to level them up to 100. That seems crazy to me. If anything, I would think you'd want to have the 4-star characters rank up to 100 be maybe even free, or something easily acquired without paying money. That way they can at least a little bit better try and keep up with 5-star characters. They're never going to keep up. Keep that in mind. Like, the 4-star characters are just weaker than 5-star characters, with a few exceptions. I think there's any events I need to be doing, so let's go burn some resin. Where am I gonna burn resin today? I was thinking of working on a new character. Honestly, what I'd love to do is find a set for Child or Tartaglia so that he can buff better. Guess I could work on leveling up his weapon. That's something. At the very least, I could put, is open on yesterday. Good. I could put Noblesse on him, so that at least what I can do is every once in a while cycle him in to just do his burst just for the buff. In case you don't see this, I don't like Tartaglia as a character. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's fun. And in order for him to be useful, you basically have to have his or you either have to really know how to handle his rotation, or you have to have C6. Yeah. When you have his C6, he is very, very comfortable to play. Oh, right, there was one other thing in the live stream that I think is a smart move for helping out with the volume of characters and clearly the need for constellations to push higher content. every 12 weeks, you'll be able to get one constellation for one of a list of characters. Now, worth noting, you can only ever do this once per character, maybe. People are speculating that this will reset once per year, but there's no confirmation of that. So as far as we know, it seems like you get one per character ever, which sounds nice on the face of it, and don't get me wrong, it's better than nothing. However, for people thinking, oh, this will help power up my characters, you need to remember that a lot of Constellation 1s are just so-so. Like this one. Shinsuiken damage increases by 40% against opponents with 50% HP or less. Okay, so that's over the course of a fight. That's a 20% increase in damage to one of his attacks. Or like one type of attack. I think that's his altered attack, and so this is actually one of the better C1s. Yes. So this alters his basic attack to this Shinsuiken, or Shunsuiken, and that gets both. So that's a really good C1. C2, though, is where a lot more power lies. So increasing the Namisen maximum stack to 5 is a huge boost. And when at least 3 Namisen stacks, his max HP increased by 50%. Well, his damage scales off of HP. So having an extra percentage increase of 50%, which keep in mind that's not a 50% boost in damage. That is after, like, it's additive with all of your other HP percent boosts. So this will come out to something like more like a 25% boost, I'm guessing. Let's see. Ooh, wait. Do I have the wrong sands on him? Oh, that's gonna be embarrassing if that's true. Oh no. No, he's... Oh, right, he's split scaling. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah. So the Namisen damage bonus, he's, if I recall correctly in the calculations that people did, he's more attack focused. Once you have his C2, he can become more HP focused. Where's a better example? Problem. Oh, Baizu, and he's actually in the set of the limited set of characters you're allowed to do this with. That's another thing worth noting. Each cycle, there's a different roster of characters that you're allowed to select for their constellation. You can't just select whoever you want. But here's a great example. So Universal Diagnosis is, I believe that's his skill, and having a second charge is nice. Yeah, that's his skill. It's nice. It's helpful if you want to use him less frequently, and then you throw him out, do basically full heal for the whole team by tapping it twice, and then you can wait up to 20 seconds while he's recharging both charges. However, C2 changes his kit completely. In that you can theoretically just not even bring him on the field, and he will be able to trigger reactions and heal without ever being brought on field. So every 5 seconds he throws out a little bit of Dendro that will also heal for 1/5 of what his skill heals for. That's such a boost. Like, this changes him from just a healer to also a Dendro applicator. Notice that's on C2 though. Now, I have it because in years gone by, I was absolutely a whale. And this is definitely a whale account. Now, for most people, if you even got Baizu, you will have probably gotten him at C0, because C1 is not worth it. Extra charges on skills, generally speaking, are not worth it in my mind. They can make your rotations... It gives you a little wiggle room on rotations, but that's about it. Right, let's go do Noblesse. Instead of just constantly yammering about what they're doing with this constellation stuff. The point being, unless you already have C1 of a character, that free constellation probably is not going to be a massive boost. There's a couple C1s out there that are really, really good, but they are mostly on characters that have been outclassed by now. Probably the biggest example is Hu Tao. Background music. Why are you so epic today? Stop it. Where is Noblesse? There you go. Can I get you from anywhere else? No. Yeah. I basically just use Tartaglia as a buffer for Nouvellette. Like, I don't even play as Tartaglia, I just have him on the team. That's just it. Because he has the passive that increases everyone's basic attack, which is a big boost for Nouvellette. In theory, I could be doing more damage if I swapped in someone like Furina. But then I'd have to actually like think about how to use her and her kid and all that stuff. Nah. I would much prefer to just have Tartaglia on the team, and it still achieves like... It's somewhere between like 60 and 80% of the damage boost that Furina would give. But I can operate the team with 3 characters getting that, still that amount of damage boost. So much simpler. I'll lock that one and out. Even though that is not what I need for Tartaglia. Oh, wait. This set doesn't work for Nouvellette, does it? Hold up. Because Nouvellette is purely HP scaling. And if I recall correctly... Noblesse... Oh god, where is the Noblesse set piece? Noblesse... It's an attack boost. Dang it. Okay, so what can I throw on... What can I throw on Tartaglia that's not just going to be useless? Can I use this set? When equipping character triggers a reaction. Well, Tartaglia is on that team is never going to trigger a reaction. Because on that team I use 2 Hydros, an Anemo, and an Electro. Well, there's no way I'm going to be able to... Like, I think it's technically possible to do a reverse swirl, maybe? I've never looked into that, but... If it's even possible, it would have to be within, like, a split second. Yeah, that's not happening. The 2-piece here could be helpful. Because I do have Shalonen on that team, so he could do a Night Soul Burst by just swapping on, do some damage, get out of there. But triggering reactions, that's not happening. That stinks. That stinks a whole bunch. So the only other option is to look at the like super duper weak pieces for any potential increase. Guard attack. Oh. Using elemental burst restores health. But I have plenty of healing on that team. Increases incoming elemental damage increases corresponding output. Oh. Fender, that's damage resistance. Skill reset. Damage against. Oh. And martial. Oh yeah, that's basic attack. Brave we looked at. I think what I'm looking for is something like the instructor set, maybe. Gaining orbs gives energy to party members. Maybe. I don't think there is any way I can make Tartaglia more of a support. This is a fool's errand. The only thing I could potentially do is the heal on burst. Because that team also doesn't need energy generation. Where is Scholar? Can you not get Scholar from domains? Seriously? Hold on. We'll get out of here. Also, I need to finish up startup anyway. You know what? Taking longer on startup is fine because I'm probably doing like... I think today's going to be a long stream. Archive. In equipment? Yes. Oh, instructor set is what I'm thinking of. Upon triggering elemental reaction. Never mind. Using an elemental burst generates 2 energy for all party members every 2 seconds. That's not a bad idea. I mean, that's at least something for him to be doing. So if I feel like I need energy right now, I can occasionally use him to just get a little bit of extra energy. Not much, though. Just go through and see if there's a good one. Let's see. That one's obviously going to be useless. Plunging. First, that's for personal damage. That would be useful if he was capable of elemental reactions on that team. I forget, what is this? Oh, this is the burning set. That's right. Damage dealt increased by 50% in combat. Yeah. Value of a bond of life. Oh. The elemental skill gain geo damage. Okay. Equipping character heals a party member. Oh, right. This is the like heal over time effect, I believe, that based on stacking healing. Skill damage, particularly while off field. Oh, elemental skill and burst damage increased by 10% after equipping character takes damage. Aforementioned damage is by 80% for 5 seconds and have 5 stacks. The duration of each stack is counted infinitely. The effects can even when the equipping character is not on the field. Okay. After the equipping character takes damage. Oh, it's multiplicative. I was like, is this stacking up to 410%? That's nuts. It's not. It is potentially stacking up to 50%. Okay. Woo. Normal charge plunging. No. That's the Bloom one. That is the Wanderer set. Count up to 3 characters. That is the Elemental Mastery set. This is Dendro, Resistant Shred. Normal attacks. Oh, right, this is the one that theoretically you should be putting on Hayato. First, gain Nascent Light. Oh, this is the Zhao set, isn't it? Back further. Yes. That's the Xiao set. Ocean Hued Clam. I know that set. That's for healing people to do a little bit of damage. This is the set for Albedo and or Shiori. That's the burst damage from the region set. Not helpful here. Right, normal attack set. There's gotta be something here, right? Physical DPS set. Garbage. When elemental skill hits an opponent, the attack of all... Oh, yeah, this is... If you have an off-field attacker that can hit at least every 3 seconds, you get an attack boost. And a shield strength boost, but mostly an attack boost. But attack will not help me. Normal and charge attack. While protected by a shield. Nope. Upon obtaining an elemental shard created through Crystallize, all party members gain... This might actually be useful. This would be an interesting set. So what I would do is the rotation would be start with Nouvelette, use his skill to apply Hydro and to get his orbs out. Go to Kazuha to swirl with his skill. Chilonin to do her resistant shred stuff, and that will generate a crystallized reaction shard. If I can avoid picking it up with her, which is gonna be basically just random chance, I could then switch to Tartaglia, pick it up, and then Nouvelette gets a 35% damage bonus on top of his other buffs. Archaic Petra is an option. It's not a very good one, but it is an option. Using Elemental Burst increases all party members' attack. Yep, garbage. Which, Thundering Fury, Wondrous Troop. Yeah, that's charge attack damage. Definitely not. Useless. Using Elemental Skill or Burst increases healing. Nope. Lava Walkers. Soothers. Cryo Set. Nope, 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 nope. Gaining Particles. Gives 3 energy. Party members have a bow or catalyst equipment. I forgot this was also restricted to bow and catalyst use. Yeah, that's... And it's only 3 energy. Yeah, that's lame. Skill... Martial Artist... Crown of the Brave... Defender's Will... Style... Exile's kind of the only one that can do anything. Oh, Tiny Miracle. Incoming elemental damage increases resistance to that element. Nope. Yep, more restores HP. I remember when this was useful. I had this on... Oh, no. I had this one. When I first started the game, I had this set on everyone in the party. Because, like, the main thing that I needed at low adventure rank was just healing so I could not constantly be struggling. I didn't even have Barbara at that point. So I was like, okay, anything that can keep my health up while I'm just adventuring around, I need that. And of course, this is entirely useless in modern day. First of all, it can't even go above a 3-star on the set. Yeah, I think Archaic Petra is the only one that's even potentially worth trying. Because I don't really need the energy. Let's go burn our resin on Archaic Petra. That's this one, right? Yes. Man, I don't think I've ever really run this domain for artifacts. But I need to hurry up. It's been spending way too long just chilling on this. So, as payment to you, chat, I will spend extra time developing today. Petra. What stats would I want on him other than energy recharge? I think that's probably it. HP percent wouldn't be bad, just so he doesn't... Like, if he takes a straight hit, he doesn't just fall over. And retracing bowline. While protected by a shield gain. I've actually thought about using this on a few characters, so... Fair enough. There's a few characters that can do slightly more damage if you have a really good retracing bowhead set, but it is quite niche. Man, these old domains are quite easy. Oop, goblet, attack percent. Oh, well. I guess for him I'd want HP percent. Yeah. Garbage. As far as I can tell, defense as a stat is basically useless. Maybe someday I'll actually look at the damage calculations and see what the effective defense is. Because I've never had any indication that higher defense characters take less damage. I'm sure they do. I just don't think it's that much. Yeah, pop one more. Yeah, with the announcement of the ability to get free constellations, I'm like, excellent! I'll be able to get the next constellation on Nouvellette. This is great! And then, no, it's not allowed. That's actually not a bad set for just someone. Bad piece. Okay. Oh, hold on. Ah, I waited too long. Dang it. I needed to put my temporary waypoint back in that spot for collecting the crystal flies, or yeah, crystal flies. Oh well. I'll put it back at some point. But the other frustrating thing about the level cap increase and how you get up to the new level cap is my whole goal of having all max characters is just gone. For those who are newer, I keep all of my characters at max level. And I'm trying to get all of them to max friendship as well. But going forward, that is just not possible. Not without spending, like, probably tens of thousands of dollars, which I'm not doing. Honestly, this change of theirs, I'm wondering if it's potentially time to just pack it up on Genshin. Because you know they're going to start using level 100 as justification for making the endgame stuff even harder. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. Maybe they'll... Honestly, I think what may end up happening is the Chinese player base may get very, very angry over this. And the whole system may change in one version. But we'll see. At this point, there's no telling what's going to happen for sure. Like, even based on like what we know is going to happen as of the live stream, it may just not happen. Did I... Oh, no. Yeah, I did. Okay, we're good. Anything else to do here? No. Alright. To work! Zero output. Oh, that's right. I need to re-render all these at some point. Boop! You know what? I should go ahead and get that going. Yes. Make sure save first. Make sure it's not actually rendering that. Oh, bother. Well, poop. Okay. I can get the animation data going in Godot while all of these re-renders happen. Okay. Dang it, dum-dum. I almost feel like I need to construct a manifest of these sets of things to render. That way I could, in theory, create a script to just go through the manifest and generate everything. The problem with that is, I wouldn't actually get that gain because Blender loves to crash. And I think it has to do with hitting memory limits. When I tried to debug it before by going into the system logs, I saw a lot of stuff about reaching virtual memory limits right at around the time the system would crash. And most of the time that resulted in actually a system reboot. So I wouldn't be able to do that anyway. Not without figuring out some way to clear the memory in between renders. I guess in theory I could build some sort of render, like, execution through command line, in theory, because that's a thing you can do. You can tell it, hey, render this scene for me. But what my script here is doing is using an operator, and I don't believe there's any way to use operators from command line. So if I wanted to do that, I'd have to recreate everything from scratch using command line and some other utility. I could probably still use the code from the operator, but I'd be rewriting a lot of it. So, probably not worth it. Make sure this is actually ready to go. Builder. You know what? Just because I am worried, I'm gonna disable rendering at this level. For shoulders, I can leave that. Close. Good. Okay. So there's nothing sneaky that's going to mess up these renders. Good. Run it. And because we're going to be working in Godot while this is running, it's gonna take its time. Godot, the IDE, takes up an annoying amount of processing and GPU power. And for those who weren't here during the performance testing around that, all of my performance metrics improved by 100%, roughly 100%, give or take about 10, when I exported the project. So just by not running through the IDE here, the maximum enemy count I could handle without frame drops or reduced frame rate was at least doubled. In some of my testing, I got over double. And for processing time on stuff, it was, I believe, cut in half. I don't remember the testing results on that one. It may have been more like 45% improvements, which equates to like a 90% efficiency boost. Is that right? No, I just did a nonsense number manipulation. Ignore me, guys. So better performance by, let's call it a reduction of 45 to 50% load. Why are you taking your time with this re-input? That doesn't seem right. All right. Where were we? And let's slow down the animation player. Yeah, I still don't love what that shoulder's doing, but I also don't have a way to prove that. In theory, what I'd like to do is almost do an in-paint around it. Maybe I should do that, because I could do that over on the Blender side. But if I do that, then it's going to potentially eat into other layers where it shouldn't. Yeah, okay, we won't do that. I do not see any problems here. I see lots of problems here. Let's do this. I'm gonna just recreate these animations, I think. No, one of the problems is this. That is shoulder L. Not sure why it increases to 20 there. But shoulder L seems fine. Shoulder R. You need to go to... What? Oh, no, you're fine at 10. Face needs to go up, right? Yes. Face needs to go to 15. Where does neck go? Neck stays at 0, is that right? Maybe that is right. Honestly, I'd love to be able to set it up so that neck is just always one less than one less than face. Maybe 2 less. That way I could fit the shoulders in between them in some weird cases. Okay, you are at 15 there. Need to just be at 15 there, I think. Okay, where is that hair? There you are. Now let's and weapon is always in front. That makes sense. Okay. This one's gonna have those same problems because this was all copied. Wait. That's not... Ooh. I never actually did this work. Oh no! Okay, so... there is absolutely no reason to keep these then. Okay. Now one of these, I am missing stuff. Great. Yeah, that definitely looks like attack 2. Why were those set up as continuous? Weird. That's not right. Whoa! What? The heck is happening there? That's like super duper wrong. Huh. Whoa! Question is, which one is wrong? Hold on. Then it's weapon. Okay. It is not weapon. Oh. Oh no! Do I have the wrong weapon file? That might be what it is. That's what it is. Okie dokie. Woo! Started to panic a little bit there. Not that. Sure. Weapons. I believe. Bow weapon 01 is the. Yes. Okay. Woo! I was about to panic a bit. One of these is going to be very obviously wrong. I might need to drop the frame rate on this because this looks like it's animated in a different style. Like, I might have to delete every other frame or something because this is a bit too broken down, too detailed. Idle. What? Excuse me? That is the death animation. Bow, die, down. Idle is something else. Dude, I am so glad that I changed this. There we go. That is idle animation. Good. Idle does need to loop, but need to check this. Maintain loops, that's fine. Act 3, 2, and 1, not loop. And die should not loop. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm guessing victory's gonna change. And every time I see the hair do that, I giggle a little bit. Oh, right. This drives that animation. I'm not entirely sure I should have it animate quite the way it does. For victory? Interesting. Oh boy. I know why that's happening, and I really don't like it. Huh. That's a problem. That's a big, big, big problem. Ugh. I think bow might need to be split up into top and bottom layers. That's gonna stink. Which would also potentially mean sub-weapon should do the same. That looks pretty goofy, I'm not gonna lie right now. Like that frame is something. But I mean it's correct. Also, I'm shocked at how well the face rendered there. That yeah, how do I fix that without making it separate layers? So, for those who aren't familiar, the reason this is missing is because the glove I'm using as a knockout actually extends back here and is bulkier in this area. And I did that on purpose because I was hoping the in paint would correct it, but it's not. Now, could I? No, that won't work. Yeah, I need to construct something to render top and bottom layers for weapons. Okay. Well, that is an epic pain. How is that even gonna work, though? Like... I guess what I can do... What was the thing... Right, Blender's still going to be rendering, isn't it? Yeah. I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't knockout, it was the other type of invisible thing, where instead of making an area that's not rendered, I make a region where the model is ignored. And what I could do is connect a big box around the glove or the hand and have two of them facing in opposite directions to crop out that part of the weapon model. That might be the play. I'm gonna have to toy with it because this is a bigger problem. And the fact that I don't have that asset ready means this is going to be an extra pain for right now trying to get this animation data solidified. Like, I don't want to duplicate these animations without having that ready, because that's just going to dramatically increase the rework once I have that asset. Dang. This is something that I did know was a possibility as a problem. I just desperately wish it wasn't. Grr, how annoying. Okay, what else can I do while I wait on that? I guess I can review the animations I have and make sure they look reasonable. I could construct a victory end animation. Because, well, and also part of what's going to happen here is the victory animations for the other angles, I'm going to have them rotate. So a lot of the frame data is not even going to be used for those actions. So for example, the victory up, each frame I'm going to rotate it, so only one frame from victory up is ever going to be seen. And then I'll do victory up right or up left. Second frame as part of that animation. I'll have to decide which one I want. Either one of them seems reasonable. What do I do with Blender just not letting me do the renders I need? Hmm. And I didn't open the console before doing the renders, so I can't check on that. Well, at the very least, since I can't... I don't want to move forward with the animation data without having that split. Dang it! That's so annoying. Okay. But this is why part of why we're doing this is to figure out where the render problems are and get them resolved. Luckily, for most of the weapons, I don't know that I need to have a top and bottom. Because, like, if this were a longsword, all that's back there is the hilt. And if it's even visible, it's gonna be, like, a pixel. Thing. Nope. I need it for more because there's also staff, which is going to be a problem. The wands are going to be a problem. And spear is also a problem. Poop! Alright. Well, better to find out about it now than after I've generated all of the animations in Godot. And I suppose this is part of inventing a whole new technology. Shouldn't say whole new, but partially new technology. Because layered sprites have existed before, just not at all to this level of complexity. So what's something I can be doing that's not gonna take up processing? I suppose we can check out to see if there's a new free game on Epic. Luckily, the browsers don't take up much, usually. Oh, Titan Quest 2. I wish you were better than you are right now. Like I said before, I played it more off-stream, and it's definitely better than my first impression on-stream. I'd say they have clear balance issues with the skills. I tried the Storm Mastery off-stream, and the Ice Shard skill is just the best skill in the game as far as I can tell, because it does everything. It is AoE. It is single target, really good DPS. It requires effectively no energy. Like, it's a perfect skill for all situations. And part of the problem with it is one of the passives you can upgrade it with. It causes you to launch a whole bunch of extra shards every time you use it, but they're launched in random directions. Well, there's also a passive you can get for it to cause all the shards to home in on enemies. Well, if they're launched in random directions, but they also home in on enemies, then effectively it's not random, so your downside is just gone. And that's why it does just solid damage to in all situations. Like, if you need AoE, well, there's a whole bunch of just shards on the screen. Free games. Machinarium. That's something I've thought about playing a couple times, because it seems kind of neat. What is Make Way? I should say, the art style for Machinarium has drawn me in several times. And it's a puzzle game. Yeah. Some hand-drawn games like this just really grab me with the aesthetics. Oh, it's a point and click. I did not realize. Yeah, just a second. Dum dum. Dude, what was my password for this? Oh no. That the password? Nope. That was not the password. What about this password? Hooray! That was the password. Now I just need to code for my email. Oh, and I need to follow up with Rumble and tell them, hey, it seems like you fixed everything. Epic sign-in. Thank you. I still find it wild that the way they identify you is last sign-in date, Fortnite outfits, and number of friends. Very, very silly. Oh, still not done. The art style is very... cute isn't the right word. Charming, that's the word I want. But generally this type of point and click I don't enjoy. I might give it a try at some point. Now Make Way. What is this? Oh. Kart racing. No thank you. Also that creature is horrifying. And why does it have a face on its back? Unless that's the front? I can't tell which way this thing is facing for sure. Because it seems to have a windshield in the other side. And that's the license plate back, but these look like headlights, not blinkers. And I don't see it in any of the others, so I can't tell. Yeah, I'm receiving no help in figuring out what's going on with this thing. I'm going to assume the face is in the back of it for some reason, and that's weird. And the other way I could visualize this is if this were like a pickup, like a squished down pickup truck. But in any case, that is not my kind of game. Ooh, Monument Valley. I have been wanting to maybe try that for a while. Come on, Blender. Thing is, I don't know where it is, so I don't want to risk stopping it. Actually, I can find out where it is. Oh, we're on the third one anyway. Yeah, let it run. Let it run. Aesthetically, there's some clear similarities with Fez, though this doesn't seem to be of the same complexity level. Oh, never mind. Maybe it is, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, this is full on MC Escher, the puzzle game. For those who aren't familiar. Yeah, no, on the 4th, I'm gonna have to pick this up. Because that's awesome. I think that's how you spell his name. Yeah. So if you've seen these trippy breaking of space and geometry drawings and paintings, this is MC Escher. Dude loved playing with perspective, vanishing lines, all that stuff. That one just looks like a much more plain drawing. Not like his, I don't want to say stereotypical, that's not the right term. His iconic and recognizable pieces like these. Like this one looks normal at a first glance, but if we open it, you'll notice this can't work. Follow the water. It's flowing down. Or is it? Yeah, my general understanding of Escher is that from a technical perspective, he was not super highly skilled, but in terms of his ability to mess with or distort perspective is really where he pioneered his art. Because, I mean, just looking at this image, clearly there are artists who would do a better job with things like shading. But his ability to capture this physically impossible world, very fascinating. Here's one of his super fun drawings. Not any, like, bizarre, unreal perspective, but drawing a room from the perspective of the reflection on a ball. Very nice. We done? Oh, we're still not done. But Escher is clearly where a lot of this aesthetic is coming from. Not that implementing Escher's sort of surreal space into games is anything new. There's been a ton of games that have done that. But I always love seeing it. Very, very cool. This is a real-time strategy? Turn-based strategy. Interesting. So is this like a Civilization game? Unique turn-based strategy game about controlling the map, battling enemy tribes, discovering new lands, mastering new technologies. I think it might be a 4X game. Yeah, it is right there. Explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. Minimalist 4X game. Ooh. Meaning graphically minimalist. Come on, Blender. Please, please, please. $384. Yeah, it's in post-processing, so I definitely don't want to stop it right now. 15 minutes. So we've got about, assuming these take about the same amount of time, we've got about 5 minutes left. See if Fab has anything new for us on free asset front. Boop da boop. Melee weapon aura VFX. A look at that. So I don't think there's going to be any way for me to render that in 2D. Some of the textures from this might be useful. I'll bet these are all Niagara simulations. I'll bet. Yeah. So, materials and material instances. Maybe. Yeah, there's the possibility of doing something with this in Blender. And down the line, I may decide to do something like... let's go ahead and get the... Since it's free, let's go ahead and get the professional license. What? But I already signed in. Why are you making me sign in again? Well, at least I remember what password to use this time. That's very silly. Okay. Are we good? Whew, that's some savings. And no plans for how to use that right now, but that will potentially be quite nice at some later date. Um, you know what? I don't want to clutter my library for saving potentially $1 or potentially saving 50 cents. I'm good. Spaceship, interior environment. Oh, I already own that. Mind. Abandoned hospital. I am never using something like that. And even if I were to use it at some point in the future, like, the time when I would end up using this, even full price professional license, $18, I would not cry about. Like, the time at which I would be wanting to make a 3D game with a hospital environment is, like, one, I can't even imagine a style of game I would make with those aesthetics. And if that time ever comes, it's gonna be like my 5th or 6th game I make. So at that point, if I haven't made enough money off of my games to be able to afford $18, then I need to pack it up anyway. If my games have been successful, then I shouldn't care about spending $18. So. Hey there, Leor. How's it going? Hooray! Blender's done! Okay. Now. What were you talking about? Oh, just whether or not to get this free asset pack. The abandoned hospital props and environment stuff. And I was just saying that I have no idea how I would ever use this. I have no intention of using it, especially for the game I'm making right now. And if I'm ever going to make a game using those assets, the $18 professional license I'm not going to care about. Because, like, the only time when I would ever want to use these assets is maybe like 5 or 6 games down the road. And by that point, I'll know if my games are successful. And if they're successful enough that I want to continue making games for profit, then $18 is not something I'm going to have to worry about. And it takes up space in my library, just making it more cluttered for finding the stuff I actually want to load into a project. I always buy them mainly because I don't know if someone else might need them and I can share it with them. These are not transferable licenses, my dude. So sharing with them is not legit. The only context in which you can share this with people is if you are employing them. And if you're in a setting where you're employing people, you probably don't care about $18. Yeah, be very careful about sharing assets because I have never seen a license where you are able to share assets with people. Well, that has solutions anyway. I mean, hey, if you want to potentially infringe copyright, that's on you. My advice would be to not risk that. And how much is this one normally? 50 bucks. I'm not gonna worry about it. Like, this one over here being $200, but free right now, like, that's still a sizable chunk of money, even if I'm making good profit on games. Yeah, it just bit my tongue real bad. Um, anyway, it is time to start doing some work that I really don't want to do. These past months have been very cheap assets, sadly. It's still free. Like, I don't want to complain about free. And the fact that there's even one asset this month that I think I could use, that's pretty good. All right. So what am I doing right now? Don't want that. I don't want shoulder. Actually, we're not going to be using shoulders right now anyway. We're not going to use clothes. I will be using gloves. And gloves are going to chain. The glove knockout needs to chain. Yeah. So these are using which one? Yeah. So I use this asset as my knockout. And that's what's causing the bad visual over in Godot. This extra bulk here. So what I'm gonna do... how am I gonna do this? I think I might want to actually replace my knockout with these gloves. Like, pick my smallest gloves instead of my largest this time. Yeah, these are just... My plan for this just clearly didn't work. So... Goodbye. Very sad. Boop-a-doop. And I believe it was either Shift D or Control D. Okay. Gloves, knockout. Okay, boop-a-doop. Two. Material. Knockout. Cool. Next. Uh-oh. Blender, don't you dare crash. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Let's get a few minutes to maybe recover. You got this, Blender, I believe. I don't. I recovered. Save immediately. Okay. Okay, where am I doing here? First, bow. I hate the fact that I'm doing what I'm about to do. Ooh, that maybe won't work. Those gloves might not be good enough. Hold up. Maybe they are good enough. Yeah, maybe it'll be fine. It's not quite the same dimensions on the fingers. Okay, so who's my bulkiest? Glove 2 is my bulkiest so far. These terrible, terrible gloves here. Oh, they're for exactly one asset. Yeah, this knockout is not what I need right now. This one. Okay. And time to remodel them. Uh-oh. Oops, oops, oops. Hide you, so I don't accidentally break the wrong one. Here. So what I want to do is get rid of almost everything. Well, first of all, merge by distance. Whenever you're working with a model that you've ported over from somewhere like Unreal Engine, you almost always want to select all your vertices and merge by distance before working on it. Because, for whatever reason, a lot of the models I've worked with, they end up having breaks at specific vertices where there's like a duplicate vertex there. And it'll just be nicer to work with if you merge them. Now I'm hoping if I do this, is it reflected? Oh yeah, there we go. Plus, plus, plus. No, you mean I never know if it's an error made by the artist or an issue with Unreal's exporter? I'm guessing it's an exporter thing. Because some of the stuff I've seen around this just doesn't make sense that an author would have done that. However, I have seen models that were just very clearly the author not knowing what to do with their vertices. Partially because I purchased them and downloaded them as a blend file. So like, that's the source format. I want to dissolve vertices. I'm pretty sure that's what I want to do. Pretty sure. That is not what I wanted to do. Also, it did not reflect that change. Oop! Okay. Dissolving here should have the effect I want. Nope. Nope, that's not right. Dissolve here. That's what I want. Thank you. Check it. Perfect! That is exactly what I need for a knockout. setup. Good, good, good. Oh. Nice. Now, change their material. Eat. Okay. Now, here is going to be the trickier part. I need to create a box. Actually, 4 boxes that can crop out selective parts of this model. I definitely want them in the weapons collection so I don't lose them in the future. Nope, that's not right. That's what I want. Let's make a cube. Awesome. And I do an underscore. Yes, that sends it to the top. Awesome. Check out upper L. Lower L. Lower R. I want these named differently. Out L. Oh, and I misspelled upper. All right. Now, first things first. How did I do? I don't love using constraints for everything because I'm pretty sure constraints are less efficient than modifiers. Let's actually ask. Under are constraints more or less efficient modifiers? What does AI say? Efficiency depends on the context of the task. Stop it. But for most operations, constraints are more efficient. Did you try to evaluate the performance of the rig just on its... Right. I also have meshes with many modifiers, but as long as I cannot delete modifiers, try to do something with the rig just to make it as much efficient. Okay. Sir, your grammar is incorrect. Just to make it as efficient as it can be, as any action constraints. Here is that all these constraints are too hard for PC to recalculate at each frame. It shouldn't be too relevant for me, because what's happening in my setup is I'm setting a frame, and then all the modifiers happen basically instantly, and then I spend time rendering, and that's where the actual time loss is. So I should be okay. I should say, I should be okay just using constraints for this. So, child of... I should probably have duplicated these after setting this up, but it's... And L. Oh, that did a thing. And that is lower. So is that just good to go? Sorry. That got me a little bit. Good. That is what I wanted it to do. It's not quite at the angle I was expecting, but it should still be plenty for what I'm doing. Okay. Now, I believe that what I'm trying to do is called a holdout. And I have one of those in this. Oh? Do I not have a holdout anymore? Oh. Hold on. I think that's in the shadow scene. Oh dear. There is no telling what kind of craziness is going on over in this scene right now. Just absolutely no telling. Oh wait, this was a shadow catcher. I think I need something different. So first off, let's get back to the scene I actually care about. I want to say this was called a holdout. Create a hole in the image with 0 altitude. Okay, as opposed to a knockout. I thought... So maybe I've just been using the wrong name for this. I think I might be using the wrong name for this. Knockout effect for shaders is typically achieved using holdout sheet. So I've just been calling this the wrong thing. Whoops! It's fine. Blender, make objects inside area. Box map, sculpt map. I suppose another way to do this is to duplicate the weapon and just have a top and bottom version. That might be easier. I wouldn't be able to do it just once for all of the weapons, but... I thought there was a way to do this. There is. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no, there isn't. Not universally. At least not one that I've discovered yet, because the only reason this works the way I'm picturing this thing working is because I'm not rotating this plane, and my camera is always above it. Yeah, that's why that behavior is doing what I expect. Make object, or make meshes inside a mesh. How do I make a box mesh whose interior is blue? Basically, I have a hollow open box mesh. Box with an opening, 5 faces instead of 6. Okay. That I created in Blender. This mesh consists of 2 separate meshes together. Now I want to make it so that the player only see the interior of the box if they are looking into the box through the opening. Or standing inside the box itself, the interior should not be visible if you look at it from angles. The exterior of the box should never be visible. Well, the answer is you use a holdout texture. That's easy. Don't need to do a texture mask. I mean, assuming I'm understanding how they're describing this. But that doesn't help me. Make everything inside a mesh. Make an object invisible. Isolate or hide specific parts of it. Let me just look at shader stuff real quick. First off, go to serial output, hold out, SDO. That's not what I'm looking for. What about the shadow catcher? There may be something I could do with it. Yeah, that's not right. That did not do what I wanted. That's... Huh. Huh. I don't really get it, but okay. So, for reference, the reason a knockout doesn't work is I don't want it to block the top here when this is rotated this way. Oh, I just really lost my orientation there. There we go. That actually helps me visualize it better. Okay. Yeah, that just doesn't do what I'm trying to do. What about... Yeah, if I try to ask about making things on one side of a plane invisible, they're gonna just tell me to use a holdout. Which is not right. What I'm trying to accomplish. map. So the problem here is, in this orientation, there's just no bow rendered. Not what I want. That does nothing. What about this? Is there such thing as an anti-knockout? Or anti-holdout? How to render inverted holdout for an object. Say I have a model in a scene with light setups. I want to render only that object with lighting on it, shadow it casts. Everything else is apparent holdout option, but inverted. Of course, they're using shadow catchers, because all they really cared about is catching the shadows. They didn't actually want an inverse of a holdout. Invert. The one I was just looking at. Make a new collection layer that have only first holdout object. Positing, you can add the alpha. Nope. Holdouts let you hide parts of certain layers by acting as a texture which renders as a transparent background. Wondering if there's an inverse. This should be quite easy to accomplish. Positor in a number of ways. Both math nodes and color ramps combined. Familiar enough with the computer. Yes, please tutorialize. Isn't that elegant, but it works. Hush you. Getting shadeless, shadow, see, cast, disabled, cast. What end result are they achieving? Ah. By adding comparison. Okay. Yeah, that is not how I want to do this. Okay. That's a pain, but it is what it is. Ask it this way. Holdout only affecting objects inside. Make a Blender holdout only affect objects inside its collection. Collection isn't quite the term I want. View layers, that is not what I want to do. What part is wrong? That's a whole bunch of compositing fun that I do not want to. How to limit holdout to. Yeah, I don't know how to do this without multiple scenes and. Not to map out objects, but holdout cuts through the entire scene. How to mask an object. Place the occluder object in a different render layer. The rest of the scene. Nope, that's not what I want to do. For whatever reason, want to preserve the correct lighting for the statue. Properties under these. Capture and uncheck camera. Nope. Okay. I've spent enough time trying to find an elegant solution to this. We're gonna go with the non-elegant solution. Which is not great, but it is what it is. Okay. I hate what I'm about to do. Really, really hate it, but oh no, that's fine. Oh boy. Oh, well, that explains part of the. I actually think this is bottom part. Let's just. What is that? Oh. Merge by distance. Oop. Okay. Hooray! And to make sure this is the correct part. Hooray! God, this is the most janky way I can imagine to do this. And I hate it. But I don't know a better way. Well, this begs the question, what other weapons is this going to affect? Like, obviously bow is affected. Hammer is going to be affected. Sure. Because the character is going to hold it somewhere around here. Will shield be affected? That's an interesting question. For reference, I'm like posing this out in real time. Trying to think, okay. The hand is gripping the handle. Let's say we have a swing outward. How does that need to render? I need a piece that's in front of the hand and a piece behind the hand. This, because of the different orientation, this one doesn't work the same way. I think for the shield, I need to recreate the bulky knockout for the gloves. I think that's the play. So, for thin objects like this that can... I almost feel like I need to render that and test it. Let's do it. Field. Gloves? Not you, please. You. Excellent. Actually, let's start with something a little less aggressive in terms of proportion. this style of the left hand. Kind of right. Probably as good as I'm gonna get. So, how is this gonna work? Like, in this angle, does the shield render in front of or behind Love? It's kind of both. Okay. Where's that big bulky glove? There you are. Probably start renaming these to holdouts, so I'm using the right term. Why is that material not... Huh? What? Oh. That's a different kind of problem. Easy enough to fix, though, by just rotating this. That's not actually right, is it? Hmm. It's almost like I need a knockout on the gloves. Yeah, the geometry on this is a problem. Here's what I want to... So, let's break this down into two tests. So... Test 1. How does the in-paint work for shield with bulky... That's test 1. 2. How to make bulky holdout not go on opposite side of shield. But also, why? Why? Oh, because I'm dumb. That's why. That's always a valid answer. Just always a perfectly valid answer. And the answer for getting rid of this clipping is going to be just shrinking that part of the model down. I don't love that answer, but I don't have a better one right now. Okay, so for now, what do I want to do? I want to test how that looks, and since my animations are only set up for bow right now, that's what I'm going to render. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Oh wow, that's a bigger problem than I thought. Huh. I did not realize shields are going to be such a big problem to render. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Let's finish this test. This is going to be a long, tedious render, but that I'm going to end up throwing away. But I need to see what that looks like. Okay. Let's contemplate options for solving this issue. Option 1. Split shield into handle and shield. Are there any other weapons that become a problem like this? So the other problem ones were staff and spear, but those are going to function identically to the bow for this, so that's fine. Hammers are going to work the same. By having separated layers, I can just throw like the top of the hammer, which would function potentially similarly to the shield. I can just throw that into the back layer, and so that's safe. That's perfectly safe. One question is going to be dual wielding. Because the shield is a sub-weapon, and the hammers I could potentially allow dual wielding. Check if shield and hammer and follow identical layering. Because they might not be able to. Luckily, splitting this up into layers doesn't dramatically increase my number of renders, the same way that, like, splitting the shoulders does. Because each of the weapons only exists within a single stance. Actually, hammers and swords, I could see using some of the wand animations for that. It's a possibility. Okay. Oh, I should open the console so I can see the progress on that. Oh, the third one broke. Shoot. Alright, well, gonna have to look at that. I don't want to spend too much time planning alternative options in case this one just works. What other options might I have here? So one option I just considered would be doing a knockout on the gloves, but there's plenty of, like, one option is to not have anything equipped in the offhand, which case that would just create a hole in the Sprite. That's not an option. I could try to make a universal knockout for the shield that could work with any glove and clothing combination. But that's going to heavily rely on the in-paint to fix that. Okay, it's still rendering up a storm. A 404, where's that in the process? Ah, we're getting close to done on that part. Man, I was so ready to just get these things into Godot and be done. I did not realize I was going to be finding this many problems like this. Okay. Thank you. So, alternate ways to slice the shield. Okay, so what if I slice the shield like... Does that solve anything at all? No. Because with the bow... how do I want to draw this? So with the bow, that does solve things. Actually, hold on. The fact that this... It's because this is offset from this. So this model is in line with the hand and arm, whereas this is offset to be outside the arm. That's the key difference here. So the only part of this that I would be interested in splitting this way is potentially the handle. But at most that would make 1 or 2 pixels render a little bit nicer. So what I'm thinking about with top and bottom layer for this is let's rotate this to produce so just I'm not saying actually rotate it, I'm saying just like follow the perspective shift here. So the shield looks like this from the new perspective. Got the handle coming out like this. What I can do is slice it here, calling this the top and this the bottom. Or maybe the reverse of that. The question's gonna be is, once I set up the layering for something like the bow, does that same layering work for this? Because again, these are not analogous in any way. One, because of the offset. Two, because I'm literally slicing in a different plane. I don't know. Come on. Do it. I have faith. Well, renders are done. Now we're just in post-processing. I guess I should have anticipated more churn at this phase, because this is the first time I'm getting all of the sprites into Godot and starting to look through all of the layered animations together. Yeah, I should have expected this. Fair enough. Don't think there's going to be anything new here. We checked this a week ago. But it's better than just sitting here waiting on the render. Those are the things that are just always on sale. Seller sales. B, please. There is new stuff here. And a lot of stuff we've already seen. Yeah, I'm not going through that many pages. I'll go through every other one, just to see if there's like a creator that pops out at me. Yep, I know all of those. Vexed was not on sale before, I don't think. Could have been, but I don't think so. But too low resolution for my game. Yeah, I unfortunately picked a sort of awkward resolution to use. But it's a necessity based on how I'm generating my sprites. Because if I try to go... Oh, there we go. If I try to go down to like a 16 by 16 resolution for assets, then the relative sizing for the sprites makes them look really, really low quality. 32 by 32 scaled up to 64 by 64 is about the best I can do. Ideally, I would have maybe wanted 64 by 64 assets, but nobody makes that. Like, it's just not a thing. All right. What? What happened? Expected sequence size 4 got 0. Huh? Is there a recent files thing? Yes. But you're not going to show that to me. Open all recent files? No, thank you. File fund said 150. What happened? Breach. This one. This is part of save sprite sheet. Also, sequence size of... Oh, I'll bet I know what I did wrong, because I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. I just rendered a whole bunch of blank images. That's what I did. Did I do that twice? Oh... Did I? Nope, so no idea what went wrong with that one. But for that second one, I just did a dumb. Let's see. Oh, Blender. For the love of... Let me go ahead and plan out what I need for testing. So that test is obvious what I need. For this test, needs both top and bottom. Field top and bottom. And we'll just do the bow renders for these. Like, eventually I'll need... Like... It doesn't... Erg. Let me think. Think. So... Bow is main weapon. So its layering... or ordering of layers can be independent from sub-weapon stuff. What weapons are allowed for sub-weapon? In theory, I might have a dual-wielding spear user. Hammer is the most likely, and that's going to be analogous to the bow. Okay. In which case, putting bow and shield, like, rendering the bow stance for the shield and testing how that lines up in the various poses is still going to tell me what I need to know. It's a wasted render, but I don't want to have to get another model working to be able to test this. Really wishing I'd saved after that render on Blender. Oh, it was that stupid bug. Oh my god. Let me look that up and see. Because if there's a way to fix that. Blender hangs. And pressing enter on console fixes it. Possibly you have text in the console window accidentally selected. This cause any additional output in the console to hang will block Blender exiting. Hang switches once. Freezes. You have any text highlighted? I don't think I had that. Plus, I have text highlighted right now. And it's not hanging. It tests something. Oh. Hey! Okay, how do we... Is there a way to make it not do that? That's how the Windows console works. When you have text highlighted, it's in mark mode. A lot of sense, so I would probably help to automatically close the console immediately on. One way of avoiding is careful when switching to the console window. That's silly. That seems super silly. Alright. You know what? If I'm gonna test this, I might as well test it properly by making this knockout not breach this. I think what I want to do, mirror on X, X. This fan. Hide you for a second. Oh. Did it actually do it on both sides? Yes. Okay. Now let's just check. Oh dear. Huh, that is still really popping through there. I think this might be telling me that my way of doing this just is not going to work. Which, if that's the case, I think the answer is just to move on. Okay. Yeah, because I guess I'm just not going to get an angle where this doesn't clip through at some point, which seems really weird. Because these assets were made to go together. Like, this was sold as a package. So let me see what the clothing is doing during this. That's just clipping right into there. Interesting. Let me just think through all the angles real quick on this to see if approach 2 is even an option. So here is one angle. If I sort this on top, we're good. Angle 2. If I sort it on top, we're good. 3. Top, good. 4. That's a question. Sorting on top is fine for that. The only thing that might be an issue is if it's not enough, and then the clothes still appear behind it. So I will need to re-angle this anyway. At least a little bit. Because this definitely runs the risk of an angle like this. Like, and the reason I'm saying angles other than the camera angle is the character's moving. So like there's gonna be angles that are different. I think that probably resolves most of the issue. Now, can approach 1 work now that I've done that? Double sword victory. That actually works way better now. I don't love the angle there, though. It's a bit much. That really doesn't work for a shield toss. Actually, maybe it does work for a shield toss, because what I can do is, depending on what frames render, if the next frame is like there, I can make this shield invisible and then just have the projectile shield show up where that would be. Okay, maybe it still works. Anyway, does this look awkward? Okay. The shield is just so far out, and like for anyone who's not familiar with how shields like this are actually used, a lot of the force behind your ability to block with a shield is generated with the forearm against the shield. There's no way you're producing enough torque with just your hand and wrist for that. So like, you're basically using that just to keep it in position on your forearm, and the forearm does the guarding. And so in theory, I want it pressed up against the forearm. Ooh, that through there. don't think that'll be visible at any point. The angle it might be visible is here. Oh, yeah, it took a chunk out of there. The in paint would repair this a little bit, but I'd still have the piece missing. So, yeah. Okay, bulky knockout is gone. We're just not using that approach. Okay. Or bulky holdout, sorry. And that glove, like the opposite side glove, covering it up sometimes, I think it's fine. Because this is the smallest glove I've got. So any other glove that's rendered is gonna cover up the hole it produces anyway. And in those cases where it produces a hole, I would want the shield in the back layer anyway. Actually, hold on. Hold on. What happens here? Oh dear. Don't tell me we have another problem here. Oh no. Man, shields are gonna be a crazy complicated problem to solve for this, aren't they? I don't know if you guys are seeing the problem here, but the arm itself is in front of the shield while the body, like the torso part, is behind the shield. That's... yeah. Is that going to be a problem for any of the other weapons? I don't think so. And the thing is, for any... will I allow character customization such that you could have a dual-wielding class and you throw a shield on... or a dual-wielding skill, I should say. And am I going to let you customize that with a shield? No. Okay, so this animation is not going to show up. This does mean that I'm going to have to, on the actions, define what types of assets are usable. Note for the future. Each pack needs to define what weapon assets are valid. And I kind of knew I needed to do this anyway, including sub-weapon. Yeah. I don't know when I'm going to work on that, but so, for example, you could, like, there's no reason for me to restrict you from taking, let's say, wand and deciding you want a shield in the offhand just for aesthetics. Luckily, all of these seem pretty basic. They're not going to cause any problems. And it might just be the case that I need a separate shield layer. Yeah, because as much as I'd like to have this be analogous to sub-weapons and just slot that in, I don't think it's close enough to actually work. Okay. Like I said, I might have to switch top and bottom for shields. How many shields do I have? Oh dear. Well, if anything, that might be an argument for why I need to have a separate layer. Do not need clothes rendered shown anymore. High top, just gonna be the bottom. Oh, thank you for making it easy on me. Thank you. All right. And for the top, I don't even need the glove knockout, do I? Since based on the orientation of the shield, it's either in front or behind. Are there any other angles where the shield could be... Like, I guess what I'm really wondering, are there any poses where the palm is facing upward, like in the double attack situation? Bow is always inward. Well, I wouldn't use shield with the bow stances anyway. Double sword. In all of the situations for that. The only one that could potentially be a problem is the throw. And it is not a problem. A spear. Whoa. Oh, right. Spear is a two-handed weapon in this animation set. So shield doesn't go with spear anyway. Yeah, like that just would not work. That's garbage. Okay. Two-handed sword, definitely not. Unarmed magic. No. Unarmed magic will not allow shields. Wand is the only one other than... so sword can have a shield and wand can have a shield, I guess. Are there any animations here that are a problem? That one's fine. Wand, I don't actually have animation that gets me to the attack maintain, do I? Maybe I can finagle wand attack 1 to transition into it. I probably need to create an animation for it. Because starting from here, if I were to switch directly to attack maintain, the hand shifts way down. But there's probably a frame somewhere in here where I can transition to attack maintain. I think it might be doable. Anyway, separate issue to the shield. Okay, no problems there. Death animation would be a problem if I didn't have the custom end frame. Ready is perfectly fine. Yeah, it's always on the same side of the body as it is the side of the arm. And victory definitely doesn't have a problem. Okay. Well, that simplifies things a lot. The gloves holdout is unnecessary for this. Uh-oh. Okay. Man. Why did I do this to myself? Why? I actually wonder, can I just forego the shield bottom? Maybe. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Screw it up, my dude. And I think I've figured out what the title of today's stream is going to be in the VODs. Finding problems with weapon layers. Or weapon sprite layers. And I can now see it running. Good. Yep, so that's the answer there. Let me just put a few notes here. Does he for shield with... No. Notes here. Shield cannot be used with what? Double sword attack 3. What else? Got bow, spear, two-handed sword, unarmed magic. What else? Part of the question is how... Let me just rephrase this. Wish I could remember how many stances I've got. Oh wait, I have that documented here. My design notes. Somewhere. If I ever implement a gun stance, probably not going to allow shield with it. Bow is a no. Unarmed magic is a no. Wand staff is a yes. Spear is a no. Because spear is really pole arm. Sword is a no. Double sword is a yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And I did call out the 4. Okay. Just note gun for if that ever happens, which would also include things like crossbow. I don't have any intention of adding that yet because I don't think I want gun-based classes in my game. Plus, I never found a good animation set for it. Like, the unarmed magic is a really cool animation set, and so I was willing to do the extra work to make that a possibility. But I don't think I want to do that extra work for gun. One thing that will be super fun, though, is implementing the ability to float while fighting. I haven't really figured out how I'm gonna implement that, but it should be really cool. Yeah, because I kind of like the idea. Maybe I can't do that. So what I was thinking at one point is I could theoretically allow you to pair floating with any of the stances, but can I do that? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I know how to do that. But that is for a feature way down the line. I think the way I'd want to do that is have a node called floating. And if floating is enabled for the character Sprite class, it tells lower body to use floating animations when possible, and it sets an offset on the floating node, which will be inherited by the spawn attack location. That can work. That'll work. Cool! Actually, depending on how the floating animation renders, the answer could just be have a floating node that's just below the root node, and everything else is a child of that, and then just put the offset there. That's probably the better way to do it. I think that's better. Oh, are we done? Nope. Oh, it's not hanging. Let's hold up. Bruh. Weird. What does it do right after that? Does calculating the bounds. Do I have printouts during that? Yeah? Huh. What would it be spending so much time doing? Unless it's crashing. Don't love that idea. Okay, so it's going through... Oh, it's the get image data flat tuple. I don't think this... Yeah, this doesn't have a printout. That's where the big chunk of work is. I might want to put a print in there, just so I know what's happening. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, right. Hold up. That'll work. Get image data. So scared of trying to do anything because I don't know what this is doing. I'm terrified of breaking it. After this render, assuming it finishes, we'll reload so that this gets updated. So at least I'll get a printout during that. Hey, it's done. We are gonna save. Reload. Hero. It's saved. Man, I hate that I've had to divide weapons into top and bottom. That is quite the pain. And something I need to consider, did I divide them up in the right spot? Not sure I did. Think about the bow. I messed it up. I messed that up. Should have saved a backup. Maybe there's a tricksy way to merge the two models back. Render merge to meshes. Merge multiple meshes together using feature. Well, simply select all the meshes, merge, and do Control J to join them. That sounds promising. I'm gonna do this without saving. Hey! That worked. First, one duplicate that's just going to be backup. Okay. This one. Hide that. What am I using? Pop. So I believe I want to include everything that is in contact with the glove. Like, or I should say, where the fingers are potentially contacting it. Losing this little bit should be fine, potentially. Uh-oh. PC just said, I don't like what's happening. So, I think I want to just maintain this area open. Be sure that's what I want. Ah, you're rotating wrong. Thank you. There we go. Oh. Eat. Don't know what that is. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, interesting. That is not actually connected. Huh. Very interesting. Alright, so what do we got going on over here? This should never show up. Just in case. Face. That's not. Here's the thing I want. Perfect. Ah, grid fill. That's what I want. Perfect. Ah, yes, my favorite though. Okay, and now this is just going to be the reverse. That. First of all, merge, distance. Okay, I think we're good. Yes. Anything else I need to take care of? I don't think so. And so this is actually going to be perfectly analogous to how a sword functions in this hand. This lets me test a whole bunch of stuff really quickly. That's awesome. Bo. Isn't that an anime? I think there's an anime called Bo. Is that true? Am I making that up? Oh no, it is an anime. I have no idea what it is. Or manga series, I assume there's an anime adaptation. Yeah, I have no idea what Bo is. I've heard the name before. Alright. Anyway, back to actual work here. I don't think I need that part in the lower. Pretty sure. Yeah, the question we're trying to answer right now is, do I need a separate layer for shield, or can sub-weapon work for shield? It would be really cool if it just worked. 7. Make sure we actually... Oh, that's the wrong button. We do have a render. Eyes. Make sure the knockout or holdout is actually rendering. Is. Where did I come up with the word knockout? I have no idea. Just weird. And like, I'm sure there was like, and in several streams where I was talking about holdouts and calling them knockouts. Well, I think I'm ready to render. Only thing I want to double check. Okay, my Z rotation is correct. Oh. Positing. Line thickness 1. For weapons, I'm doing that. I won't do it for shields because they're bulky enough as is. But these, in some angles, render so thin that they become invisible. All right. Let's do it to it. And I am going to be right back, folks. Just a couple minutes. Hello, chat. I'm back. And I'm refueled and ready to go. But this is gonna take its time, isn't it? Let's see. Wuthering Waves has 2 updates since we stopped showing it on stream, so we could see if the performance is any better. Though I will note, there is a not insignificant risk of crashing the stream. But YOLO. Maybe this stream will be a 2-parter in the VODs. You guys watching on YouTube and Rumble, you'll know what happens if you're watching after the fact. No, but I do guess I need to actually update, huh? At least the update shouldn't impact the render time too much. That's not too bad. Considering how fast that makes everything else run, that's pretty nice. So what are we gonna do while we wait for both of these? Let's do this. Time to check out the Ronin class anyway. I have figured out that the fastest way to handle the layering for the other rotations is going to, instead of taking the existing rotation and duplicating it for each of them, instead what I should do is pick one animation, do all of the rotations for it, get that hammered down, and then switch those to the different actions, because most of the layering is identical between the different actions. Yeah, there shouldn't be too many where they change. Now, like, the bow animation where the archer, you know, angles the body, that's going to be one of them. But most of it should be consistent. See, what can we buy? We got a lot of money. Guess I should just keep unlocking more of the castle. Just to see if there's like some really good upgrade I want. Wait. I thought... How we unlocked Ronin? We did! It didn't save that. Let's redo that. And now I need to remember where Ronan was. That'll be a problem. I think I got attack level 2. I think that's what I did to unlock it. Come on, Rogue Legacy 2. You can do it. No, I think I got this. There you are. Yes. That... rock climbing wall. That's the 3rd tier of strength upgrades. Alright. Then there's the dash strike as well. Okay. Take me to the castle, Karen. And there's so many people wondering right now, why is he calling this thing a Karen? Well, for those who don't know their Greek mythology, Karen is the dude who takes you across the river Styx. Wait. I did not realize that I had the mushroom thingy. And actually with the heart passive, this is gonna be really good. Like, my model is absolutely tiny. Or my hitbox is absolutely tiny. But I get all of the bonus of the range increase. That's a cool combo. Love it. So visually it looks like my dash is going almost nowhere. All right. God, that range is so silly. Loving it. Oh, this is both entrances to the new areas. Or next areas. This might be a perfect combo of passives. Like, being able to take that one out from that far away is silly. No dashing, lose no health. Yeah, that is not happening while I'm this size, because I'm pretty sure spikes still use the body. that shrinks me. I guess that makes sense. In theory, I'd love to take another hit before I do that challenge room. But I also, you know, don't want to take a hit. Good amount of money. Yeah, we are not taking that. No, thank you. That thing is garbage compared to this sword. Nope. You know, if I take a hit in here, that'll be useful. Man, this range is awesome. I adore this weapon. Holy... Oh, yes! Now I am in a perfect situation to do that room for the fairy chest. Transmog or tattered rope. Well, I don't know what either of these do. Gain resolve per tattered rope. Take increased damage from hazards. Oh, lovely. Well, that is just peachy. No! Alright. That doesn't count as a hit, so maybe the spikes won't either on the body. Well, so much for that. I'm now way too tall to do that fairy chest room. What do you mean, walls? I still have to pay attention to what height my heart is at, but the tiny hitbox is just god tier pairing. That's awesome. Well, I know what that is. Deal. Okay, so I think I'm gonna die in one hit from anything at this point. So my max health just does not matter, I think. Maybe I can survive one hit, but I've got a lot of damage stacking up right now. Character is very silly right now. So far, it's a decent oh. Hit that ceiling when I was not expecting it. It's a little tighter than I would have liked, but fine. Brute Steel, bonus damage while on the ground. That's going to be pretty common with this one. Beat 6 enemies below the die and instantly next enemy. Oh. I want that extra damage because I'm going to be one-shotting most things anyway. So right, up, left. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to risk this run for this room. Oh, I missed a chest back there. Up, left. Goodbye, mushroom. Hello? Thank you. No, no, Archer, come back. Thank you. This is generally the type of build I like for this game, where it's a kill everything in one hit, or just about, and die in one hit. Makes me play extra safe. But it's extra easy to get through stuff. Hello, Wuthering Waves. Oh. I don't like that room. I don't like that room at all. Okay, I don't die in one hit. Good to know. So much money. Oh man. Whoa. Penguin Cape. Nice. Let's see if render is done. Hey, render's done. Go ahead and get the bow 1 bottom done. Yeah. Oh, this room. In theory, any of these could potentially drop a mushroom. I think the chance is just very low. Ooh. Hmm. Oh. I kind of want this, but I also don't want to shrink right now. Especially not with a room like this over here. Ooh, right, mimics are a thing. I need to remember to attack chests. Oh, yeah. Got my range. Oh! Got my range back. Are you... Oh. Color Kate +1. Nice, nice. That is a bad spot for me. Fine, that works. Have to be careful not to jump too high. Haha! Farewell, Mimic. Well, that's a boss room right there. That is. Uh-huh. I think I will try to collect more money before I go die to a boss. And no, I do not have any faith in my ability to beat that on my first try. I will consider that apple later. Because right now, I am loving the increased range. Oh. Oh. Thank you, minimized hitbox. Where does that go? Well. Got it. Dude, this whole thing is just nerve-wracking. You know what? Even if I die at this point, it's okay. And there is that apple I can go heal with, if I can find it. Nice. But my range is so tiny! Oh. Okay, what is this room? This is apparently another boss room. Render, how you doing? Still chugging along. The fact that I have to angle that up at this height, very silly. Need mushrooms. That works. Oh, thank you, mushroom. Oh, that's glorious. Yeah, I'll just need one more to get my full range back. Okay, so here's another boss room? How many bosses are... Oh, okay, so mini bosses. I would really like to have one more mushroom before going in, though. This does have a teleport here, so I can get back easy. Oh, this awful, awful, awful room. There's no rendered word there. I know it's a fairy chest, but... There are other runs to get that. Not often I have a run where I'm set up so nicely on the passive effects. Oh, we are good to go for bosses. Whoa! Holy cow. Did not know those had that much health. Okay, where am I going? Honestly, I should probably do the boss fight before I take another hit, but... Oh, this room. It'll just be free stuff. Correction, it's a free couple coins. The heck is that? Oh, that's roll. Speaking of which, I still have the dash strike and I just haven't been using it. Oh, it does not increase range with my size. So down, down, right. Oh, this room. Yeah, there's a reason I avoided this room. Just gonna abuse the walls there. Just in case. I'm pretty sure the mimics don't sparkle. But I'm not gonna trust my eyes on that. That'd be crazy. Oh. Well, I have missed out on that. Oh well. Why are they so angry? Nope. Okay, here is a room I cannot do anything with. Oh, garbage. And I have nowhere else to get a mushroom from, I don't think. Other than going to the next area. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Not next area, but like, this area. Because there's a whole bunch of breakable things in the first room. just need one mushroom. And then I'll be ready for those stupid bosses. Come on, mushroom, please. It's also worth noting the entire plan goes foot if I get hit once. Or I should say, has a massive setback if I get hit once. Yep, that chest is not worth it. One heal. That's all I need. Oh no. Probably worth trying though. Because I have access to all my mobility stuff. Yep, that was worth. There was very little risk in that room. But I still haven't acquired a mushroom. Oh, that's not good. That's the one thing I was hoping to avoid. Because now I need 2 mushrooms. And I can't reach most targets now. Oh my god, game! Why are you like this sometimes? I don't think can't remember how I unlocked this fast travel. I don't think I have, and I've got plenty of money for it this time. Whoa. Holy cow, I didn't realize how much money I had. But apparently I've unlocked this one. And this place is way too dangerous. Render! Talk to me. You are still rendering. That was dumb. I was worried about it sending out those spirit thingies. But it's fine. Okay, not too bad. Still tons of money. Loving that. Nice. Goodbye. Mushroom? Pretty please? The game hates me, it's official. Create an ivy canopy every time you do an aerial recovery. No. I'll take the key. Oh. Hey! You can get that risk-free now. Oh, excellent. Now just give me one more of those right in here, and we'll be golden. That is not what I asked for. I'll take it. Vault room. Add additional double jumps. That sounds like hacks. Man, this game right now. Well, might get something useful in here. This weapon is hacks. Calling it. I want the extra health, but I don't want to shrink. So, oh well. Something I don't know about, and something I don't know about. Zealot's Ring it is. Spells cast while max HP, deal additional damage. Not relevant. Just give me all the money. Oh, 16,000. This run is great. Is it the quest? Oh. Fifth and sixth lantern lies a secret. In Citadel Gartha, right lake, Axis Moon. Well, it's a shame I don't know any of the area names. Are we? Nope, it's still generating the tuples. Ow. Well, there's direct proof that it's between a 50 and 100% increase in processing time when I have this game running. Good to know. Not going to change what I'm doing right now. Ooh, and this is the snowy place. I wonder if healing with the chef's ability would increase your size. Oh, we're good. We're set. This is awesome. All right. Special. Let's go. Watch, I end up losing the size right away. Be tragic. Of course you give me mushrooms right here. Well, I'll know it for next time. Hello? Uh-oh. Whoa, what is that? Okay, so big red balls I need to do spin kick through, and these I dash through. Oh, and I get a little reprieve. Good. shoot. Alright, one special boss, or sub-boss down. Void Beast. Money. Love it. Okay. Okay, so this tells me that the other one will likely have breakable stuff with mushrooms in it. Whoa! I was scratching my ear there. One down. Just don't mess it up. Okay. Am I safe enough to get my headphones that I just sort of flung across the room in a panic? Okay. We're good. We're good. I was expecting some lead-up level like the last one, but nope. The game just said, you're fighting, go. You know what? This run has gone on plenty long. Let's try the boss fight, even though I'm in an awful spot for it. Maybe I should go after the fairy chests instead. I think that might be wise. Yeah, before we do that, let's try the fairy chests. Because I do have the key, so I can guarantee one fairy chest. Even if I mess it up. So no dashing. Got it. Oh. Well, so much for that. And I have nowhere to go heal, do I? If that's an apple, I can go heal there. Oh, wait, I've healed with the apple and that didn't increase the size, so that tells me that the chef's ability will not increase size. Up. Right. Do I want to try breaking everything in this place? In the off chance... Oh, hello. Weapon crit supply... Nope. Every point of resolve below that, deal additional weapon damage. Sure. And my health is already awful anyway. Oh, it's this stupid room. Where is safe? So I think the best route is to go 2 steps down at the very start, and then when the fire turns off, dash to the left. I think that's the play. Nope. That doesn't work. If I am fast enough, it's doable. Oh, I'll bet the trick is this. There we go. Got it. Get me out of here. Okay, was this an apple? Please be. No, it's the stupid flip. Alright, so I get to go in with no range. And no health. That's fine. Just gotta be perfect. Fine. It's absolutely fine. Plus, this run has gone on way too long. At least I'll be able to dodge easier. Oop, didn't dodge that. Woohoo! What was that about? Okay, that was awful. Woo! Don't die, don't die, don't die. Bruh. That was awesome. Oh, no, 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 no! That's not awesome! What's happening? Those are not health. Okay. Yep, did not know what attack was coming. Alright. Endomorph. I think that's... I remember that from the first game, I think. Hero Complex. Field of Thorns. Yeah, let's learn what those are. That render's gotta be done, right? Huzzah! Alright. We will pick these next time. So I guess all the bows I can just nuke. They're not really part of this anymore, are they? If there's time for another break with rendering, we'll check out Wuwa and see if it can run after the update. Yeah, all those can go away. It's fine. It's fine. Yep, I should probably render an offhand stick as well. Pretty sure this is top. That's not what I meant to do. Yes, that is top. Just double check my naming convention. If we're top underscore bottom. Sweet. This should be shield. Yes. Yep. Ooh. Oh. We'll call it OO. Wait. Right, I had main and sub. Well. Instead of doing main and sub weapon, it might be smarter to do left and right hand. Yep. Yep. Yep, let's change that. Oh, weapon, oh. So it's gonna be left, top. Gross. This is weapon. One left bottom. Hmm. All of that's gonna change. Poopy. Bow, weapon, O1, left, top. All right. Oh yeah, this is weapon left. Up. Left, bottom. Weapon right, up. Okay, so now there's no more sub-weapon. Wow, this is... Well, I'm glad this isn't complicated or anything. Otherwise, I'd be worried. I'm so worried. Alright, so right-handed weapon we're ignoring for now. You... Let's see how those animations... Ah, right. That one has not been animated yet. Whoops. This is the worst. But once I have it done, it's just done. Weapon left bottom. Animation. Frame. Oop. Okay. How is that? Gorgeous. And good. I'm pretty sure I added the wrong thing. Yep, I did the wrong thing. Whoops. Oop-a-doop. Perfect. Next. Again, gorgeous. Ooh. But depending on what I decide to do, ordering, I'm gonna have to insert the order on each of these. I'll be so happy when this is done. Because this is the worst. Okay. Something's wrong here. Where'd the glove go? Hmm. That's not right. Did this not have the knockout? Surely it. Hmm. But it looks like it doesn't. Yeah, something... Oh, so the hand is there. It's very, very thin in that frame. Okay. So the hand is not a problem, but the shoulder pad is. Outputs, shoulders. Bow shoulder 00R from 1155. Bow shoulder R00 1155. Something's fishy. Okay. You need. Let's see what's going on. That is the front-facing camera angle. It is death animation. Okay. Not you. That is the one I want. Oh wait, no it's not. I want the knockout. And shoulder. I guess I want the left shoulder pad, don't I? That angle, what is happening? That looks reasonable to me. Okay, what? Are you serious? Wonder how far out of... That's a decent amount of shift. But let's compare it to its source. Interesting. Two are not quite in the same position. How does that... It's close enough. I'm not too concerned. But... is that what that's supposed to look like? Because it seems wrong to me. Because it is wrong. This is hitting the same situation as the shield does in some poses and the bow. So what's happening right now is the arm is in front of the shoulder pad while the body is behind part of it. Though that should have knocked it out, right? Like, at most I should be getting a pixel of bleed. Yeah, that... I think I'm getting... I think the knockout wasn't considered. One option, and it's an ugly option, is I could add all of the clothes to the holdout. I could do that. And that would guarantee that it's not interfering. Huh. Got something. What is going on there? Ah, no, that's connected. So why didn't that get knocked out? Or I should say, why isn't it getting knocked out? That's what's causing the problem here. Don't understand. First off, where's that camera? Camera. We're viewing from this angle. So that makes sense. Next. Add the gloves in. The gloves should be on top of the shoulder pad. Are we maybe not on the same frame? That looks right. I am so confused. Do I see? Why is the glove seemingly in the wrong spot? Actually, let's do this. Let's add head main into the mix, because that'll give me an idea of relative positioning. The glove is in front of the shoulder pad. What's going on? Glove 263. 63. This is bow shoulder L00. This is bow gloves 01. Maybe it's a different frame. That could be it. Maybe that's... Maybe that's what happened. The thing is, I redid that render with the close holdout. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And I redid it a few times just to be safe. Oh. Huh. Hold up. Never mind. Those are there. What have I done wrong? See, these all look to me like there's a holdout. Let's run it through Blender real quick. So end frame is 12, start frame is 1. Okay, so there's 11 total frames. Which frame is the problem frame here? This is the final frame. Fine, so that is frame 12 that's the problem. I guess I have to have messed it up and not done the holdout. That's the only answer that makes any sense here. Okay. Pain, but... Can I work on the bow while I'm re-rendering the shoulder pads? Yeah, could be able to. Okay. Let's get those rendering. Gloves, no thank you. The close and hold out. Power. Good. Shoulder. Hell. Nothing extra hanging around. Got my 7 bow action. Dude, what a pain. Okay, so we will ignore the shoulders for now. Well, that is wrong. Why is gloves behind face? Face I'm putting at 15. That seems fishy for what I'm doing right now. Guess I can put face back at 0? Where is neck? Neck is just at 0. Okay. All of that seems solid. Weapon left bottom. Gorgeous. What were my options for weapon? Or anywhere. Thank you, dum-dum! I love it when I do that. It's great. I should put the layer on the top weapon as well for all of these. I don't like it, but I should. Ordering -50. Yeah, because when I start doing rotations, I'm gonna have to put these in anyway, so I might as well get this all keyed in. And I'm half tempted get more stuff keyed in. Close top. Where are you? You were at 1. I shouldn't have any need to put something between the clothing layers. Like, the only thing that goes between the clothing layers is the neck layer, which is at 0, and the legs, also at 0? Yes. That's fine. Oh, that's so much better. That looks so nice now. A little bit of a dopey face there, but it's okay. Great. Let's get this stuff set up. I think it should... I think weapon bottom should be below the gloves. Depends on the angle, doesn't it? Well, top, I know I can plug in. Maybe not. Huh. Where are the gloves? Ooh, gloves are at 2. And I am driving those. Maybe I stop focusing on creating these conventions and just get them into the layering I need. Maybe that's the real answer here. Because on this border, they're going to be fighting each other because of the separate in paints anyway. I think that tells me that I want the glove on top of them. I think that's the answer there. Yeah, let's go ahead and put the gloves on 30 in all of these. What are they potentially interfering with? They should be above the clothes. Anything they should maybe be behind. They're not going to be behind the shoulders, or the face, or the hair helmet. So that might happen. It might happen in some of the angles. Might end up having to split the gloves. The left and right. Here's hoping that's not required. Because I could see that becoming ridiculously annoying to maintain. I mean, it's identical to what happened with the shoulders. What is happening in this frame? That's fine to me. Oh, I remember. I think there's a point around here maybe here, with larger gloves and shoulder pads, where the shoulder should maybe be in front of the gloves. We'll leave it for now. Okay, 30. Same reasoning here. Ooh. Bo, what you doing? Why is the topic? When did I do a negative 50? Maybe I was just... But let me finish getting that into all of these. Oh, right. Here's where I wanted to test. The bow being behind. Yep. So I think what I actually want here is probably something like 29. Gloves are at 30, right? No, gloves are at 2. They need to be at 30. Okay, now, if I put it at 31, what happens? I see no change. Ooh. Excuse you? Interesting. And wait, that's not doing anything. Gloves, we're at 30. Oh. I've made a boo-boo. All of this is being collapsed to single sprite. Oh boy. Hmm. Huh. Guess that means the bow layers always have to be on top, right? That's very, very troublesome. So, for reference, the whole reason I did that was so I could have a separate in-paint for each of them. Because I like the idea of having an in-paint appear around this glove. Or more, I like the fact there's in paint around the bow, even when the bow is in front of the shirt. Because for animations like this one, what was happening is it looks almost like the bow is getting thinner when inside the bounds of the shirt. Which is, of course, doesn't look right. Another option would be to just go ahead and put in paint on every layer before combining them. Maybe that's a cleaner approach. Yeah, because this whole separate layers for the weapon thing doesn't work if I'm putting the layers outside. Or it doesn't work in a lot of cases. But at this point I have definitely lost track of what I'm trying to do with the layering. Hey! That shoulder is done, question mark? Output. That confirms that those knockouts are absolutely there. Come on. Re-import, thank you. Well, it already changed. So, There's something. That was the problem. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and plop this down here as well. Okay. That tells me I probably have the same problem with the other shoulder pad. Alright. Or the shoulders for now. It's almost like I want to have a multi-tiered approach to the outline. But doing that's going to make this scene horribly inefficient. Like, what I'd have to do is have a sub-viewport inside a sub-viewport, I think. No, I just have it, like, two or three sub-viewports separately that each have the render from the other inside. So, like, over here I'd have potentially 3 sub-viewports, and then inside this one would be some layers, along with one layer that is just the output of the next sub-viewport. But multiple sub-viewports in a scene is bad. Don't do that. Partially because it makes loading and rendering it awful. Like, even the one I have here, I'm not happy with having to have it. Maybe this granularity of 50 and -50 is enough. Because I'm doing the glove knockout. I think it might be enough. So for this one, both of them should be 50. Yep. Nothing going behind. Okay. And even when I rotate this around, each piece is only ever going to be in front of or behind. It's not going to be in between layers. So that's okay. Only thing I don't love here is this leading over the glove, but it's 2 or 3 pixels. Yeah, and you're not noticing that when you're playing. There's no way. Not happening. $50 and $50. I don't like how small the gloves seem to get here. a little weird. Almost like I want the gloves to be outside of the viewport. Sub-viewport. Do I want to do that? No. Probably not. The hand just looks really small. Not loving that. Let's try it. I want to see what happens. Let's save here in case I hate it. Need to revert everything. Alright. You are at 0, right? Oh, but why are you not visible? Oh, the position. That's what it is. I forgot about that. Here we go. Okay, now let's bulk that up. Bit material, shader material. What shader was that? Ah, I haven't named it yet. Okay. 0.5, 0.2. I don't like it. The border might be a little too dark. That's not right. Oh, right. I still need to work on the in paint. It's not quite right. So we will keep it dark for now. Yeah, so if I recall correctly, the issue is it's using these invisible pixels. That's what's causing those to be brighter, maybe. Sort of, kind of. I do need to figure out what's making those so absurdly dark, though. Because that fall off is way too dramatic. First. It is coming from the gloves. Yeah, there's work to be done on the in-paint shader. Okay. So now... This is an excellent use case for checking something. Duplicate test. That still works. Neat. I don't really understand how or why that worked. It is eating the in paint there. Nope, that doesn't work. Is it just because of the in paint? No. Huh. I think this means I do have to split up the gloves. And it's not as simple as just put the glove behind or in front. That doesn't work. Okay. Like here, the glove needs to be in front. Back here, the glove needs to be behind the shoulder, but in front of the arm. Which means... what? I guess first of all, it means the glove goes back inside the viewport. Okay. Yeah, this is less messy this way. It's not good. Like, I'm not happy with what's happened here. But it is better. Plus, if you've got a shoulder pad, that's just covering that up, right? 10 versus... oh no. Well, that's awkward. I guess the glove should go at 2 in this animation. Okay. Well, I've learned a thing. Remove the test. Get back to just this angle. The thing I need to just keep in mind is the saving grace here is Once I have this done for one set of assets, it should just work for all of them. Ugh, I hate this though. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe if I apply just a itty bit of end paint, tiny bit, I'll get the look I want. The minimal amount. Obviously, there's still the problem of how dark the border is in some places, how light it is in others. But that's fixable. But like firing to the left here, it's gonna be too much of a problem. Okay. Never mind. I may not like what's happening there, but I don't really have too much of an option. Double check my layers on these. Gloves 30. Weapon top 50, bottom 30, 50. Should probably be 30 instead of 2. That said, you're never gonna see the difference between them. The hand is just so small. It's okay. Honestly, with normal proportions, hands are pretty small compared to the rest of the body anyway. See, this is one of the frames I have a problem with, though, because the hand looks a certain size here, and then it seems to just shrink. And here, it almost disappears. I could data drive the in-paint with that. Hold on, let's recreate the test. If I just do a minimal amount of in-paint, how bad does it look? Shoulder L needs to be at this higher value already, I think. Like the glove is showing through there. This one, I think it just needs to be at 2. Okay, so when there's a shoulder pad, any issue that might arise here is completely covered up. Yeah, completely and totally covered. How is that eating into that by 2 pixels? Doesn't make any sense to me. Well, so ignore 1 pixel. But how is that eating in by 1 pixel there? That something seems off. Good, the render's done, so I can actually test this now. We are in attack 1. And I need 90-degree rotation. Question is, which frame is that? -42 -1. That's frame 6. Are we on? Frame 5. So frame 27 in Blender. Where we have it. But the back glove isn't even shown in this one. What is happening? It feels like every day I open this file, things shift by just a little bit. Which is incredibly obnoxious. That's not that animation. No, that's facing left for attack 1. Zero, 1, 2. The 5th one. This is frame 2. Three, 4, 5. Oh, Okay, so maybe it's 21 or 22 I'm having the issue. There it is. There you are. Those do not look the same. Not even close. That doesn't look the same either. I did shift this knockout ever so slightly since I did that render. And let's put the face knockout there as well. I'll eventually get this right, I promise. And or hold out. I don't think that actually adds anything, but okay, and while that's rendering, let's grab latest update. What were you? And I think I'm due for another break. This is shoulder R. Yeah. I guess now I can test the shoulder pads. Because that should have fixed that problem. That was showing up in Bow Attack 3 and I think the death animation. Show me. Okay, that is now correct. Little bit of skin showing underneath the shoulder pad there. Fine. Okay, death animation. That shoulder is wrong. Shoulder R. What are you doing? 10 is not right. Or face is in the wrong place. Face. Well, that is fixed. That's good. Gloves are in the wrong place now. Gloves are supposed to be at 30 in this, I think. Gorgeous. Shoulder pads are working how they're supposed to. The rest of the model's working how it's supposed to. Gorgeous. This, friends, is what we call a hardening phase, where we basically got everything we want working, in quotes, but there's some bugs, some quirks that we need to just iron out. That's where we are. So, save it. And while gloves re-render, yes, the knockouts are all there. Good. Pretty sure I'm good. But while that does its thing, let's go see if Woo-Wah is now playable on our system. Because there was massive updates, and theoretically, performance will be improved. I don't think it's going to be improved. But let's find out. It's an adventure. But I'm going to need to end stream within the next hour, or I'm going to be useless tomorrow. So it's either I do like a 10-hour stream today and then a like 3-hour stream tomorrow, or potentially 2 7-hour streams. And the 2 7-hour streams definitely is, you know, more work finished. But every tweak on this, it gets just slightly better. I fix the holdouts a little bit, it gets just slightly better. I figure out something with the layering, it gets slightly better. And I can confidently say it hasn't been steps back. It's mostly been just discovering things that I overlooked. I'm pretty okay with that. Now, would it have been better if I hadn't overlooked those issues? Yeah. But you literally just updated. Kuro Games, what are you doing? Like, literally, what, 30 minutes, an hour ago, whenever I did it? You just updated. Oh wait, that was the launcher updating. Yeah. So it's still no excuse, because they could have packaged these downloads with that. But this is the thing that, for whatever reason, mobile games do more than anything else, is you get an update through like the Google Play Store, and then you get more updates when you actually run the game. And maybe I'll discover the reason why if I ever publish on mobile. But it seems nutty to me. Oh my god. And then Kuro Games specifically, the fact that you have to close the game after an update like that and relaunch. That's ugly. Well, at least the render is trucking along. Still no clue what to do about those circular dependencies that aren't actually circular. Oh. It has some weird logic with verifying the presence of circular references that if you have drivers, it just seems to break their logic for checking that. And a while back, I found a discussion thread where, and it may have been in a GitHub issue that was logged, where they basically said, yeah, it's an issue. Oh, thank you. We'll fix it at some point. When? Don't know. Oh, good. That's awesome, Blender. I love it. Well, this does not bode well. This does not bode well at all for this thing running smoothly. Ow! Hold on a second. Yeah, we'll just put the be right back screen up. Just a second. I'm not actually going away. I'm just typing in passwords and stuffs. Hold, please. That's not right. What do I do? What do I do? Need to sign in with another thing. Oh my god. Add new profile. No, no, not what I want to do. Hold, please. Sorry, guys. Actually, I can bring this screen back for now, just so you have something a little more interesting to look at. Only slightly more interesting. That's not what I wanted. Windows. Why are you fighting me today? Okay. Let's just go to Gmail. Hopefully it plays nice. What's happened? Add another account. That account is currently signed out for some reason. Oh no. Oh no. What is my password for this? Ooh, it might be this password. Is that the password? Hooray! Sure you always sign. Yes, that's my recovery phone. Hang on. No, I do not want to add a profile picture to this other account. Thank you. Okay, cancel. Boop. Login by Google. Boop. Good. Hey, we're good. Man. It's gonna be all of this work to get logged in, just for it to be like 5 frames a second, and I have to Alt F4 to get out. Just you watch. That's my prediction. See, why couldn't the playlist have had this track at the start of stream when I wanted something more chill? Hey, randomizer. Do better. I need you to read my mind and play the songs that are most appropriate for how I'm feeling in that moment. That would be ideal. And the loading time here is worrying me. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, brother. Yeah, Wuthering Waves performance has just tanked in the past few versions. And, like, it's not even rendering at proper resolution right now. Oof. Well, the menu has a decent frame rate. But, oh man, Dum Dum can't even keep up with my mouth right now. That's not good. Yeah, I think this test has definitely shown the problems. Let's see if I can run today's daily. Like, how bad is... Like, this is starting area. And the thing is, I want to praise Wuthering Waves for what we got in this content update. For example, I said this ages ago, a super easy win for Kuro Games would be expanding flight to previous areas. They did that. And I want to sit here and just say, this is awesome. But... yeah, like, this frame rate is just inexcusable. This is unplayable. And then the strobing shadow effect. Yeah, we're done. We're done. We're done. I'm not gonna torture you guys with that anymore. I think it's almost entirely due to the fact that I'm trying to stream while doing it. I haven't tested it on this PC without streaming, but my much weaker PC for personal stuff, it has no trouble running this. Don't really get it, but so many junk email addresses. So many. That's one thing I started doing very early on when using the internet, was maintaining one email address that's just for junk. Now that so much stuff requires Google accounts specifically, I expanded to 2 email addresses that are for junk. So I just ignore those completely, but highly recommend all of you out there do the same. Have one professional email, one personal email, and one junk email. If you don't feel like you can juggle 3, at least 2. One that is for non-junk, one that is just for junk. Because once you start using an email for junk stuff, it's just exponential growth of how many junk sites have your data. You know what? I kind of just need to end stream. because I know if I keep going much longer, tomorrow I'm going to be useless, and it's going to end up being a very short stream. So, for the promised break, let's check out what upgrades we get with all that money. And I guess I could speed off to the boss of the library, potentially. Do a really quick run, see if we can beat the boss. It's a maybe. I guess I also need to remember I've got a couple things I need to do work-wise after stream too. Just keep unlocking more of the castle. Purchase absolute strength in the soul shop to unlock this skill. Sure. Keep expanding. Kind of want to buy that, but I don't think that's going to unlock anything. I think I'll stick... Ooh. Oh, Bard gets, I remember Bard. Bard gets the electric guitar. I hate that thing. As you guys saw. That's expensive. Keep. Okay, more weight capacity. What do we got? Eating through my funds way too fast. I should probably save some money for armor, huh? Or runes, for that matter. Do want that extra equip weight first, though. Okay. What do you got for me, buddy? I want to know what Sanguine Unity gets me. There, and I don't have the last one. Ooh. Okay. What do I get with Warden? Oh, just bonus dexterity. I don't care about that. Guess I would get more armor. Oh yeah, I definitely want the more armor. That on there. And chest for the extra armor. Don't need that. I don't really care about intelligence. I guess I'm good to go. Or oh, those are the same. Okay, but I've got the bonus resolve, so we're good. Save that. See what we can buy over here. Fucking crit chance. Mana capacity. In mana when you spin kick an enemy. Total armor. Ooh. Yes, please. Okay. Alright, let's go try to fight this thing that is definitely gonna beat me. Oh, Dum Dum's freezing up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. 1 second. I'm out of natural light. That's a lot of health. Way more than I'm used to having. What is going on in here? The horrible room. Oh. Still, only 13 damage from that trap. That's really nice. think I can get to the top still. Oh, I like that. Dang. Too many barrels. What? Oh, the stupid fireball. Hello. Easy money. And let's just get out of here. Nice, little bit of heals. A little more heals. Ah. Do I need to... Okay, I do not need to clear that again. Good. I will take all that food, thank you. I missed the Ronin. Actually, I just missed the katana. Give me that on any character and I'll be happier. Oh, that is a mimic. Who we got? Ammonite Helm. Alrighty. Don't know what that means, but I got it. Dang. Didn't get anything out of that. Really? Whoa. Man, my health is so low. So much for rushing to the boss and just attempting it. How low my health is, I'm out of options. Oh. Oh, wait, what? Hero complex. Self-sacrifice is actually self-sabotage. 100% more health, but you can't heal! You know what? Fine. If only I had read what that said. Then I might not be this close to dead. Oh. Fine, I'm just here for the money at this point. Yeah, well, this is probably the worst upgrade possible for me. Here. Huh. There we go. The next thing I come into contact with is the death of me. Like that? That is probably about as much money as I'm getting in this run. How? Okay. Pretty sure I had absolutely nothing for dealing with that. Oh, there we go. That's done. So I can get stuff going afterwards. Ooh. That was rough. Very rough. A Ronin that doesn't reveal anything. Hypercoagulation. Well, let's learn what that does. And... sure, what's up here? Pirates! Excellent. Oh, but that's not gonna save, is it? Well, it's fine. Boop-a-doop. Alright. So, progress was made. Errors were spotted. And calm down, music. Hello. Hello, chat. So, problems were found, errors were cited, and progress was made. Like, we're definitely seeing improvements with each step. This is just taking longer than I expected. But then again, what else is new? That seems to be the name of the game with, like, I'm usually pretty good at estimating things, but that's in the context of working with a team where I know the things that I know, and I trust the rest of the team to know the things that I don't know. And usually that works out. In this case, I need to know all the things. So I can't lean on anyone else for estimates and stuff. And yeah, like a big part of estimates in a team setting is everyone having different takes on why something should take a certain amount of time, and then reasoning between each other as to why it should or shouldn't take that long. When it's just you, well, you don't have anyone to bounce those ideas off with. Like, estimating is basically a brainstorming session with your team. Now, if you're a well-established team, that brainstorming session is very, very quick. Like, you just say, oh, it'll take this long, and you usually have a bunch of people saying, yeah, I agree. But not having anyone else to spot the pitfalls with, definitely a challenge that I should have foreseen coming. Why is that? What? Bots have been missed. I'm out. Because I am going to forget about this if I don't fix it right now. A smudge tool. Why? Let's zoom in. That's better. Take it. Similar thing over here, but it looks like I did touch this one up partially. Huh. Weird. Okay. Save it. Is there any render? One thing I'm not What? Why is that seemingly so off center? Dude, I'm losing my mind with this. It shouldn't be a big problem, but yeah, like that's just off. Why? Hmm. And it really feels like just every once in a while, these models decide to just shift a little bit. I have no idea what's going on. It is getting late. Um, think I should give these guys separate offset thing. Do it real quick. Get an empty plain axis. Gloves offset. Glove offset. That's fine. Does it look deformed? Like, that's really far off. That that seems to have fixed that. But does it still line up with the bow? Yes. Okay. Let's save this as new. Just in case there's something I missed. Broken. All of the positions. Maybe. Always forget how flared up that is. That one's fine. But put that there, and I want to see the wizard robe still matches. Yeah, it's fine. Everything still lines up. It's supposed to. Huh. All right. Guess there's no reason to panic, but before I start spotting more problems, I need to end stream, pick it up tomorrow. Let me make a note for myself. Few models for positioning. Love change yesterday. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Anywho, folks, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters over on Ko-fi. Thank you so, so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an awesome day. Take care, everyone.